But if we can't find a forges, how are we going to earn our keep?
Shut your hole. Chief will think of
Mama,
something.
why hasn't Papa come back yet?
He's hoping you with something very important.
Hotter! Hotter, damn it! Those miserable flames wouldn't melt butter, let alone iron.
Pardon the intrusion. I'm looking for the chief.
That'd be me.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
I'll bet it is. Keep the gates closed, I tell him. Well done, Snotty. You're not welcome here. Get out. Before things turn nasty.
Blackthorn's here.
What did you say?
He's traveled a long way to see you.
Yes, has he?
He's waiting. Down by the gates.
Then I suggest you take him with you when you leave.
Didn't you apprentice together?
So what if we did?
Fuck! We're getting nowhere. These bearers' flames are next to bloody useless.
We're never going to be able to fire up the forges unless we can find some new crystals.
I'm a busy man, as you can see, so do me a favor and piss off. Oh, and if you're struggling to find your way out, ask Blackthorn. That prick knows exactly where the exit is. He's not wanted here. And neither are you.
All right. I'm going.
Please, Chief, you've got to do something. If this keeps up, we'll be ruined.
So bearer's magic's no more use than the crystals.
We could try making a bunch of them.
But if we can't find the forges, how are we going to earn it?
Let me guess. Zoltan told you to piss off.
As a personal favor to him, yes.
Well, at least he didn't beat about the bush.
There'll be no talking him round. Not after what I did.
Which is what exactly? If we're to help, we need to know. What turned the village against you?
I left. Dravozd. Zoltan. The burden of leadership our dying master dropped in our laps. All of it. There are two kinds of smiths in this world, you see. My kind, who are in it for the love of the craft, who labour on a single piece from dawn to dusk to get it just right. And the other kind, who are in it for different reasons. People like Zoltan, whose work is quick and cheap. The kind of smiths who shit out a few hundred blades, reap the profit, and divvy it out among themselves. There wasn't a single day we weren't at each other's throats. And bit by bit, people started taking sides. You would have torn Dravozd in half had it gone on. So, I left.
You didn't have to do that.
Zoltan's a better chief than I would have been. His way of doing things kept food on people's tables. Dravozd prospered without me and my lofty ideals getting in the road. Until the crystals run out at any rate. Without magic to fire the furnaces, this place is as good as dead.
It depends on how you look at it, though. There's got to be other ways of making fire. We manage it in the Deadlands.
Thanks to Sid's ingenuity, yeah. He saw all of this coming. Knew crystals were the problem, not the solution. And spent years coming up with ways of doing without.
You know what I mean, though, right? Where there's a will, there's a way. What I'm trying to say is that it's not your fault. You couldn't have predicted this.
It doesn't matter whose fault it is. I don't want to be the greatest smith alive just because I happen to be the last. Clive. Dravozd won't last long without its furnaces. So, do you think it's time we shed Sid's bellows with the world? The way I see it, it's your decision to make.
Hold on, Blackthorn. Sid made those things for us. They give us an edge over the rest. And you'd be throwing it away.
All right. Do it. This place was your home. I won't abandon it to its fate. Sid's creations were never meant to be hoarded. It was only ever a matter of time before we shared them. Let this be another step on the road to freeing Valisthea from the prison of the Crystal's blessing. Dravost will show the world that it's possible. Wouldn't you agree, August?
When you put it that way, of course. It's like hearing Sid speak from beyond the grave.
Thank you, Clive.
Shall I go and fetch the plans, then?
I know I'm off by heart. I'll be needing some help, though. Building a furnace isn't exactly a one-man job. Do us a favour and round up anyone strong enough to lug a brick or two, would you, August?
All right, then.
And I've got a job for you too, Clive. Finding me some salamander skin. I need leather for the bellows and nothing else will withstand the heat. Luckily for us, salamanders feed out in the fields of Carava.
Time for a spot of hunting, then.
Run like the wind.
No holding back. Here we are again. Carava. If you were a tortoise, Torgal, where would you hide? Straight home now. Looks like we found him.
Farewell.
I better get these materials to Mid so she can finish her prototype. Old he may be, but it looks like there's still plenty of fight in him yet.
Let darkness fall!
sooner it's off my hands, the better. Come on.
Yeah!
Let's make this quick, shall we? Be safe.
Finished.
I dare say that will be enough for a decent set of bellows. You deserve a rest. That's like no chocobo I've ever seen. Something tells me it won't be easily broken. Poor beast. Here's your hide, as requested.
I worried you might never return. Quickly, let me see it. Clearly, my trust joined me.
I don't plan on making a habit.
Very well. Do not allow me to keep you from being about you.
What's this all about then?
Don't know.
Any trouble finding the skin?
Nothing I couldn't handle.
Right then. Time if everyone pulls their weight.
Well, I'll be damned.
You know what this means?
Sorry about earlier. I take back everything I said. That thing you built us is an honest-to-God's marvel. You've saved our village.
It's Blackthorn you should be thanking. What is it?
Pit coal cinders. That there was my answer. Chuck it in the fire, and your forge will burn hotter for longer. Our secret for yours. I've always envied since the day I became chief. I spent every no amount of sleepless nights at the anvil will ever bridge that gap, though. But he took all his talent and left. Is it any wonder I hate his guts?
The cinders would mean more coming from you.
I need to forgive him first. And that's not gonna happen.
Well, you know what they say. Oriflamme weren't built in a day. These things take time. Especially when they involve two geezers who hold grudges tighter than... But what matters is, Blackthorn's got that twinkle back in his eye. And I'd call that a job well done. I reckon he's going to be at it a while yet, though, so why don't...
See that you both do.
All right. It'll be a nice little surprise.
These things are going to take some getting used to.
Yeah.
Gentlemen.
Yeah, well, we didn't. The whole village turned out for a go on the bellows. Everyone except Zoltan has. Didn't see I'd not.
Oh, but that reminds me. I have something for you.
Pick old cinder. How'd you come by this? And you're sure he wanted me to have it?
I'm sure. He didn't say so, but I think he wants to forgive you.
Huh. Imagine that. Yeah. You know I could never leave this place, don't you? Every time you put on mail, you and the curse breakers are trusting me with your lives. There's no greater honor for a smith than that. I'm not about to go crawling back to Zoltan for forgiveness, but I will make good use of his cinder. And if that helps save even a single life, then he'll have my gratitude. What was it you said he called me? Huh? A genius? And he spent sleepless night trying to copy me, did he? Sounds like I better get to work. I've got a reputation to uphold.
It's good to see you back on form, Blackthorn.
I don't know how you pair put up with me sometimes, but I'm grateful all the same. Now, where was I? Oh yeah, about to put Zoltan back in his place.
Ain't got the art to tell him how similar they are.
A little healthy competition.
You're not wrong. It's a shame him and Zoltan. No use grumbling about it now, though. Blackthorn's happy. Or as near to happy as he...
Sancfordian, do you? Bad, if I do say so myself. You can thank me later. Anything else?
Something about it. I feel like it's...
Twinside's hundreds of leagues away.
Heard the bad news then?
What bad news?
About Dravost. Blackthorn's old haunt. Well, anyway, the mine's just down the road from...
And the village?
Safe from the flood for now, but they've got other... Zoltan and the others are living on borrowed... Doris sent a few curse breakers to keep an eye on things, but there's only so much a couple of scouts can do. If something ain't done soon...
I won't let that...
Didn't think he...
Does Blackthorn?
I thought it might be better if he didn't. You reckon we should tell him?
No.
Yeah, well...
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back. You earned this. Come again. I may have more for you.
Sid.
Ah, you make...
Tell me.
It's most of what I need. And a cogwheel. Just years that smaller a bastard to make, and I may have lost the one Blackthorn spent a fortnight to...
Wait, the children. When they took apart your now that I think about it, they didn't use it.
The young'uns? But why would they... You know, I'll keep working on the model. You go and find that cog.
Sid! Is Mid still hiding from us?
She wasn't hiding. She's just busy working on her
A new invention? Is it an air...
Do you think she'll let us help?
That just so happens to be why I'm here. She needs something special. A brass gear. A tiny one.
Oh, the one you
We saved it, just in case.
Since your lesson, we've been disassembling, then reassembling all the pieces that are left over. We keep under our...
That's...
Look! I found it! Is that all? Just the gear?
That's all for now. But I'll let...
Thanks, Sid.
Has Midadol mentioned a new project yet?
Not exactly. She seems preoccupied.
Well, did they have it?
They did.
Will it work? He's perfect!
What exactly are you going to...
Only the most important... The wings aren't going to move on their own. Well, you just... That should do her. Here goes nothing. Titan's tits.
It wasn't supposed to fly, was it?
Of course it was supposed to fly. Wouldn't be much of an airship if it didn't. Honestly, these bloody engines are driving me mad. I was so sure this would be the day she soared. The mithril engine was made to make dreams come true. But maybe this is one dream the world's better off without. Show folk how to take flying. It won't be long till they're raining death down on each other. People will lose their homes. Children, their mums and their dads. Like I lost mine.
I'm sorry.
So am I, Clive. So am I. Sorry that I have to choose. Do I follow my head, or do I follow my heart?
Good question. The first time I stood on the deck of your ship, felt the wind in my hair. It was like I was flying. But imagine how it would feel to actually do it.
My dad always said there were two ways of living life. Chasing a dream or shuffling to your grave. And he were right. Right about a lot of things. Not that I like to admit it. People need dreams to chase. Especially in a world like this. Right. When this is over, I'm gonna take all my mithril engines to Zemeckis and sling them over the edge. I won't have my dream end up turning into someone else's nightmare.
that hard work.
All that hard work will not be used for war, Jamie. But it isn't like it'll be gone. Tell me, Clive, have you ever been on a treasure hunt?
Not since Joshua and I were boys. Why do you ask?
Because I'm going to bury the engine schematics and leave behind a little riddle telling people where to find them. A really hard one, so that only the most dedicated dreamers will ever be able to work it out. Ooh, I can picture it now. Some daft general squinting at the words with a gormless expression on his mug. Like that one, yeah.
Right.
Of course, if I'm putting this engine at the end of a treasure hunt, I'll still need to make it a treasure worth hunting for. Won't be much of a prize if it couldn't even make a toy boat fly after all. My dad always said, dream big. But it ain't the size of a dream that's important, is it, Clive? Only that it's a good one. And I reckon I've got a fair few good uns left in me.
I'm sure you do.
How may I help you today, Clive? Best of luck out there, Sid.
Good girl.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Time to fight.
There it is. With me, Torgal.
Back to Eastpool.
Lord Rossfield, the Curl, is it?
It's dead.
Thank the Founder for that. And for you, my lord. We were able to eradicate the rest of the Horde. I hesitate.
I think it
We saved. Thank you, my friend.
No, Sir Wade, you brought us together.
We never had nothing to call our own before, but now we do.
Forgive us, Sir Wade, but there's no doubt in my... We're free men now. We have to fight to protect... And we shall. This is our home. And if anyone or anything tries to... They'll have us to answer to.
Come on, then.
This village isn't...
They're not slaves and...
No. Your father took pity on the bearer's plight. And I believe if he...
I believe you might be right.
I shall remain here, After all, this is my home now, too. And I could hardly...
I think you'll find it's East Pudlian, Sir Wade. But you should be proud, all the same. I'll have to pull my weight, too. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back.
Can we continue to count on your support?
Of course. And I'll be counting on yours, Rosette.
Indeed we have.
And Clive, come by the Golden Stables when you... I ain't paid you for delivering them seeds yet.
All right. I will.
Lord Rossfield, do you remember our very first mission together? Clearing the goblins from the Stillwind? There's one sight that I shall never forget. Since that day, there have been more than when the odds seemed so stacked in the enemy's... But every time, I would think back to be a shield. Know that whatever trials East...
So Wade, you have always been... I know that East... and indeed all of Rosaria.
Thank you. I know the rest of the world.
Ready, go? Run like the wind.
The whole village is turned. Right to the stables go. Ready, go? Run like the wind. All right. You deserve a rest. Two down, one to go. Fly, Ambrosia. Now to find our stonewort. Yote mentioned blood-red petals. Just my luck. Well, I won't be making anything till they're gone. There's only one thing for it. is. Better collect as much as I can before reinforcements arrive. All right. That should do it. Let's get these back to Yota.
The hero? It's lucky you came, but not only did my seeds get delivered...
I just did what I could.
And it's only right that... Take it, before...
Thank you, Martha.
So, he's pulled... And a home to free bearers.
Well, it was your idea.
I know that, but... I never stopped, though I suppose the rest ain't much different. You know, bearers living free like that. Loath as I am to recall that.
I take it you didn't always see eye to eye?
Well, if you really want to know... I started doing what I do. In fact, that's how I met him. He showed up at the stake. Founder knows what he thought I was doing with me. I thought he was a new constable. And before I knew it, the cheeky arse was rattling on at me about how I told me I was giving them relief, but not freedom. But my belt right under my skin it did. Told him if he didn't like it, he could... And do you know what he did? And then I did the same. We made a pact that day.
And you were?
Well, we both wanted the same thing, just like your dad. Do you know I was born right around the time Elwyn became He certainly didn't lack for ambition.
Indeed, but the loftier one's ambitions. Which is why those of us who follow in their footsteps...
Suppose you're right, and if we don't manage it, good thing we've got a few half-decent... It's almost enough to give you a little... Anyway... Enough nattering. Better get back to work. Let's see about the least the folks who saved Eastpool deserve is a hot meal. And you and me...
That sounds like a wonder.
I'll be taking you all to a storehouse in the Bales. Leave anything you don't need.
You know what you have to do. Clive, I fear, as you know, our time grows short. Before we part, I want you to know that...
Thank you. But his revenge...
It is the one I found, and it is all that I have lived for.
But what of Lostwing?
I built Lostwing to achieve this aim. My comrades and I are sure about... There are... I would place Lostwing in their hands, but a village home only to the frail... And so, Clive, I find my... Will you take them to your hideaway?
I will.
Thank you. The people I speak of have withdrawn to Goten.
Understood.
Then the last of my preparation, and may Griga guide us.
To Gotan's bales, then, and quickly, before anyone else finds them.
If you're ready, we leave at once.
Come, my children.
I know you're all afraid, but now is not the time.
Enough of you, are there? You deserve a rest. That's all of them. No one can uncross his toes now. Ready, go? That'll do, girl. Everyone. Quentin, you can no longer guarantee your protection, but I can.
Well, if that's what the master... Sid, none of us would be standing here today if it were... We owe him our lives. So we ain't about... If he's saying we ain't safe in Lost Wing no more, and if that's what has to happen, then so be it. That we get to...
I hope so.
Oi! You lot! Where's everyone else?
They've gone with Master...
What's wrong?
I've just come from the Justice's manor. We have to get Quentin to call off the attack. It ain't just the Black Shields protecting the place. He's got a guard dog and all. A fucking monster. They don't stand a chance against that thing. If I don't get the message to them, they're all gonna fucking die.
No. We can't let this happen. Sid! Don't worry about us. You've got to catch up with him. We can't let Quentin die before that bastard does.
All right. I'll do what I can. Where is this manor?
It's way over to the...
Promise us, Sid.
Let's go. Don't tell me I'm too late. Quentin, are you all right?
Which is more than I can say for my... They followed me, without question, all the way here.
This must be the guard dog. Quentin. I'll hold it off. You go.
But...
Your comrades didn't die for nothing. Don't let their sacrifice be...
I won't.
Come on, then. You're no guard dog. Just a rabid beast that needs to be put down. Is it over?
It is. He wept and begged just as I dreamed of doing. All my plans. Building a haven in Lostwing. Freeing It was all for what is. My faithful comrades. All those lives.
Quentin.
Master Quentin!
You.
And so are you. I'm so... It's Lostwing.
What? Lostwing. My Lostwing.
And look who's here.
They must have stolen in after we left, just before the flood struck. What if there are still people in there?
Don't be a fool! Damn it. Quentin's not going to last long in there. Come on, Torgal. We need to make this quick.
gotta get you out of here!
I need to get back to Quentin. Quentin. Quentin! Look at me! Thank the Founder. He hasn't turned. I'm going to get you out of here. Welcome back to the land of the living.
Is Lostwing?
The flood has filled the valley.
I see. Then all is at an end. A strange way to achieve one's life's ambition.
No, Master Quentin. Save your strength.
Why? All that I strove for is gone. Only emptiness remains. I have nothing left to live for.
What the heck are you on about? You've got us, ain't you? Don't try telling me you only freed us so you could get revenge. We're more than that to you, and we all know it.
I thought you weren't coming back. But I prayed, and you did. There's got to be a reason for that, right? Can't we just go back to how it was? You know, you looking after us all.
Your work ain't over yet, Master Quentin. We believed that you were the right man to lead us, and we still do.
Your village may be lost, but it seems your people aren't. So long as you remain to guide them.
But why? After what why would anyone follow me?
'Cause we're family, aren't we?
Family?
Yeah. And all our comrades who went with you, they felt the same. Lostwing weren't just a village. It was all of us.
It was. And as long as we're still here, it is too.
We can start again. Build a new Lostwing, right here in the Bales.
A fresh start. One life ends, and another begins. Why just a village? We could build towns. A nation, even. What's to stop us?
That's the Master Quentin we know.
Please. I am nobody's master. Quentin will suffice. After all, we are family. Permit me to withdraw my request. I will no longer be needing your help in looking after my people.
I'll pretend you never asked.
But you must be rewarded for your efforts on our behalf. You saved my life twice over. And more besides.
A bottle or two of your finest red will suffice.
Of course. Nothing but the best. And I have a feeling that this year's vintage will be the finest yet. If you don't mind waiting, that is.
I look forward to it. So Dravost is still standing. For now, at least.
If you can swing a hammer, you can swing a sword.
I never thought I'd have... Clive! You're here!
And the Akashic.
Mostly off to the north still. Told old Snotty to be ready to seal the north gate. That should buy us some time. Enough for the villagers to barricade themselves inside their own...
Well done.
Welcome back. I'd never have guessed, you know. Who'd have thought that the savior of Dravost would turn out to be the realm keen to help us out again?
I am.
Thought you could sneak off without me, did you?
Blackthorn.
Oh.
One of the scouts couldn't keep his foot. Unlike my best mate who didn't think I deserved it. So then, long enough for us two to turn into a pair of old codgers.
Then your idea of an apology.
Don't listen to him. You only did what you thought was best. For the village and that.
I did, but that ain't the whole... Vulcan, he left it to me. The bloody stupid tradition. If someone's got talent, you should let them practice their craft, not ask them to settle petty feuds and bar. Our master wasted half his life that way. I wasn't about to let that happen to me.
So you wasted half of mine.
You're what Dravost needed. Under me and my precious idea, I may be a selfish prick, but I only did what
you had to do was your duty!
Even if it meant we all starved?
Enough. This is no time for bickering. You can finish beating each other up once Dravost is safe.
Fine.
Yeah. So have I.
Sorry, Clive. I shouldn't have stuck my nose short enough on time as it is. Still, give us a mo, would you? I need to get my head straight before any of them Akashic try to bite it off. You,
We can't afford to waste any more time.
Right you are. Might be worth having one last... I don't want any nasty... Oh, and... Blackthorn.
Akashic on the move.
How close to that?
Within sight of the walls. They'll wash right over us.
Good idea.
Understood.
I'm prepared to fight if I have to.
Well, let's hope you don't. Once the scouts are in, no heroic last stands, you...
August's right. The people here are tough and...
I'm going out there. Start work on the gate as soon as I've...
And if they kill you?
You evacuate. It won't come to that. Take good care of Dravost.
Leave it to me. And...
All right. Which one of you's first? Is that it? Apparently not. You're not getting past me. Now, the question is, did I miss any?
Man alive! As many as I could, he says. The old bleeding lot, more like it. Well, almost.
Only almost?
Yeah, one or two did try to sneak over the wall. But we...
Good.
In time, yeah.
Sid! You're even more fearsome than you... Enough to give those Akashic monsters nightmares. But mostly, I felt...
I'm afraid I've only delayed. There's no getting rid of that ether flood, meaning that any living thing which stumbles into those mines will end up clawing at your...
And that's if the flood don't spread. If it does, I hate to say it, but the village's days are numbered.
That may be, but with ether floods springing up all over, it's no less safe than anywhere, and more importantly, we'll fortify the gates to the north, and I'll see that they're guarded day and night.
All right. Then we'll give you a hand shoring up.
As for you, Black, that's twice you've turned up when Dravosh needed you, so...
I shouldn't have stayed away so long. And I shouldn't have left without talking it over with you.
Too bloody right you shouldn't. Though I always... And you leaving gave me the perfect excuse. And from that day on, I never once stopped to wonder what it would have been like if you'd stayed. But what you said earlier... You'd have been the death of this place.
Finally. Something we can agree on. I hope you see the sense of it eventually. You kept this place alive.
Alive, perhaps. Wealthy even, but... Our work used to be the pride of doubt. Now, we churn out the same rubbish day after day. It's not about the craft. I wouldn't send my sons to war wearing this. I've kept working, honing my skills, trying to... The average castle apprentice has as much passion for the craft as our current lot. Come back to us, Blackthorn. Remind I'll even man those bellows of yours if it means we can work at the same forge again.
That's a kind offer. There's people who trust their lives to...
Fair enough.
But that doesn't mean I couldn't visit. Let's see if we can't rekindle this town's passion for the craft.
I'd like that.
Just be sure that...
Knowing him, he'd let you in anyway. I never thought I'd...
I'd say that went pretty well, wouldn't it?
Even better than I'd hoped.
Sid.
And this is?
A token of... But... designs for a certain sword have been passed down from chief...
Now hold on. There's a reason no one's made that blade in centuries. There's not been a cross. I'll admit your cinders make impressive steel. And I've learned to hone an edge Odin would be proud of. But the engravings on that thing are enough to make a jewel, and they're not just for show.
Have you forgotten what brought you back to Dravosh in the I knew I'd never surpass you with the hammer and tongs. So I turned my hand to a difference between the two of us. I'd say we're the equal of any master craftsman ever to have graced.
Clive, you wouldn't mind if Zoltan came back?
As long as he can keep us...
Right. Zoltan, get your tools. We've got... the man.
We were just about to make us...
It's funny, but none of this would have been... You remember Camille? We'll be using his level work for the grip. The steel, meanwhile, will be tempered in a fire, burning the cinders you charmed out of old Zoltan here. And that whetstone from the Outer Isles, that'll be what gives the blade its edge. And the final flourish will be my talented colleagues' engraving.
A team effort led by the greatest blacksmith alive.
Now, save that talk till the thing's finished, yeah? Right. I'm ready if you are.
To the bellows it is, then.
Well, bugger me.
The sword to end all swords.
It's... thank you.
So, does this make you pair the great...
This? Nah, it'll take more than that to earn us our place in history. But we're up for the check.
A list of material.
Zoltan and I got talking on the...
We reckon with those items there, We could craft something even better than the Ragnarok.
That's a weapon I'd like to see.
I was hoping you'd say that.
One legend at a time, eh, lads? Before you start on the next, who fancies...
Good idea. No more drinking to forget my past. It's about time I had something...
Then tap the kegs! Vulcan's boy!
I never thought me and Zoltan would ever speak again, let alone work together. And if it hadn't been for you, we would... What's Sancfordian, dear?
First the skies, then the crystal. What next? With the advent of great Griga herself. I'm sure we'll be fine. Sid's back, isn't he?
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Here's everything we've received and everything promised. You earned this. All done?
Yote, I brought back...
Yes, my lord. I'm sure it will serve us and...
I'm very glad to hear.
You and his grace are very much alike. You think only of how you might help others. And
No more than you have minding my brother. You've risked a lot for him.
I am honored that you... But I beg you, my lord.
I'll keep that in mind. Sir? Good, thanks.
That's brilliant. I'll fit him to the smell. May I... The Telemon furnace! Embarrassing!
She's a beauty.
You saved my beacon again, Sid!
It's fine, really.
Oh, don't say that. I'm sure I can make a few
You could just...
How about that clasp? Looks a bit stiff. Reckon you could loosen it up and I reckon I know how. With a new alloy we've been... It's a metal, see?
So stretchy metal.
That is the spirit. So?
Thank you, or what?
Shh, don't mention it. And I wanted to get some practice in using that metal anyway.
can't think of any right now, but maybe even out there. One day, the whole world's gonna know about the event.
They'll hardly believe they're right.
Ah, Clive.
Joshua, what's wrong?
It's... No, I've received word from Cyril. The Undying is well. In the crypt, beneath, after Kupka was kind enough to drive out the Imperial, and in the process of doing so, they...
I'm surprised anything survived them.
Cyril asked that I join him in Tabor at my convenience.
Of course. I want to know what's in that letter.
Very well.
Come on. Fly, Ambrosia. Enough of you, are there? The entire village looks abandoned. Now, which house would a bookworm live in? His interests were certainly varied. This is it. But if what it says is true, I need to get this back to the hideaway.
Leaving so soon, stranger? We've been watching you. From a distance, so to speak.
Subtle. I know who you are.
Then we need not waste time on introductions. Hand me the book. Leave it in our care and return to your life.
Your care? Do you mean to burn it or bury it?
That is not my decision to make. But by one means or another, its contents shall be removed from the common record.
Then I'll have to politely refuse. I won't let you erase our history.
Then we find ourselves at an impasse. Very well. The book can just as easily be pried from your dead hand.
Let's see, shall we?
Impressive, but we have other means.
Why do you want it so badly anyway?
It lays out in no uncertain terms. It tells the shameful history of the persecution and oppression of a... Would you say that this interpretation was...
I don't know.
You don't? Your sword may be sharp, but your wit... So let me answer. There is no correct in that a series of events took place may be proved beyond a doubt. It is a question of number. If enough people believe that a set of events occurred for a reason.
So you're trying to control the truth?
We are trying to protect people from knowledge that would bring them... That is all. You may keep the book. The world is small. Until then.
Wait. Damn it. Let's get this back to Vivian. Ready, go?
Faster!
This must be the orphanage. Hopefully the registry is still here. Conditioning. Disposed of. Herman wasn't exaggerating. It's a wonder he survived this. This reads like a suicide note. Did the director go through with his plan? There's only one way to find out. A forked white tree. This must be the place. Could he really be buried here? There's something hidden among the roots. Let's see. This must be the registry. So many names. This place was a And where is the architect of all the... It was only a matter of time, I suppose. This place is cursed. I'm done here. Dolores is waiting for me near Balmung Dark. The longer she's out in the open, the more likely she is to be found by Akashic. I need to hurry.
Faster!
I can walk from here. There were no guards, I take it.
None manning the gates. It's a different story inside, though. If Chadwick was being held here...
Don't give up hope just yet. Let me check the ground floor.
Then I'll search the upper level.
Just how bad are the floods inside the walls? Bad enough to turn a bearer? I hope not. We're risking a lot just being here. My eyes open to signs of life. So this place was... and I doubt they'll have taken the creature...
No sign of any bearers yet. I hope you have better luck downstairs.
Minimal loss of Waluda lives. Even the Imperials take better care of... were feeding bearers to it. Nothing but a Akashic down here. Hopefully things are looking better upstairs. I should go and see how Doris is getting on. No lock downstairs. But I did find...
I know. I've been reading bearers die every day in service of their masters, but pitting bearers against a wild beast armed with nothing but their wits? And not just those who could fight, but and those who wouldn't, or couldn't, were...
I'm afraid it means they were fed to the monstrosity.
Then we're too late.
Don't say that.
A key. But it does...
Perhaps it will fit one of the doors downstairs. Finish up here.
All right.
Let's see what we can find down here. A survivor. And she sounds close. There's no need to be... Are you alone?
Some of the guards, they're still here. Everyone...
Thank the Fount.
It was worth our coming. But I'd rather we didn't link...
Ready when you are. You poor thing. What?
He fought the monster. He must have sent you. Where is he? He opened your cell, didn't he?
Chadwick.
Was that?
We have to get out of here.
Doris.
All right. You put that bearer...
It's out there waiting for me. I can't let it live. Not if it's got a taste for bearers. I needed that. Finally.
Sid, are you hurt?
I'm fine. What is it?
A diary. He was here.
I'm sure he fought bravely to the last.
Chadwick.
Come on. We have to get her back to the hideaway.
No. I'll see that she's looked after from now on.
From what I hear, you've barely left the girl's side in days. I hope she's recovering from her ordeal.
She is. Slowly but surely. She's far tougher than she looks. I thank the flames we found her. If we hadn't...
I know. But we did. I'm sorry we weren't able to save Chadwick.
There's no need to apologize. Without your help, I would never have found out what happened to him. How he fought to the bitter end to save her. To save Haida Marie. That's the man I remember. The man I thought of as a brother.
I wish I could have met him. I'd like to hear more about your past. If you don't mind, that is.
Of course. You already met my former master. She trained Chadwick and I to do two things. Kill and obey. We were supposed to be sold to the highest bidder when the time came. But no bid was ever high enough to convince her to part with us. For years, we were her daggers in the shadows. But we could never quite shake our doubts about the things she made us do. And then, one day, we just couldn't do them anymore. So we escaped. But staying together was out of the question. They would have found us too easily. After so many years of training, the pull to serve was always strong. It scared me to think he might have taken another master, become a dagger in someone else's hand.
But even in captivity, the battles he fought were his own. And he died not as someone's tool, but as a hero.
Haida Marie is proof of that. Bearers can cast off their shackles. And the Cursebreakers will show them how. I'll fight until my dying breath to see it done. For Chadwick, and for all of us.
Thank you, Doris. We'll be counting on you.
I hear that you traveled to... Did you by any chance recover the names of my...
I did.
If the bear... The director was a brutal man. He got no worse than he deserved.
The registry was all I found beneath the tree. There was no sign of a body. Or any record of what happened to the children after the orphanage closed.
I pray that at least some of them survived. All their names are here. The ones we lost. My friends. My light in those dark times. I can still remember their faces, like it was yesterday. Children who were taken from their bunks in the morning, never to return. No explanation ever offered.
They'd be happy to know that you survived, Herman.
But why did I make it out alive, when so many others died in that awful place?
It's not your fault. And blaming yourself won't bring them back. Honor their memory. See that their names live on. That way, at least. They're never truly gone.
Thank you. Sid, I'm going to write a book. An account of the horrors of Badbach, and the spirit of those its custodians sought to crush. All of Valisthea will know of, and in the name of the...
Neither will I.
These records...
Vivian, I found it.
You found... Thank you. Even though I asked this of you, I was not entirely sure. I feared the executor...
I met with one of these, and I convinced him to let me keep it. He told me something, that the truth is just a matter of... and that if enough people believe a lie...
It does. But it also means that the truth is not, provided that those who wish to change it can... As the sad history of the bear.
You said that the book inspired you to become a scholar.
It did. Or its author. She was a heretic, you see. A gallows stood ready for her, and by shunning society, or I, too, have always... She taught me that my solitude was not... And that, though my journey to the truth...
Do you still feel that way?
Honestly? Perhaps the result of studying mankind. But the more I... So if you'll permit me, I'd like to continue. Remember, Clive. Give the men and women of this benighted...
I'll try, Vivian. It's usually me making demands of help. Swordsman Harpocrates.
Ah, yes. I expect you're wondering what this is all about.
You spoke of making amends with Dion, but I can't imagine what for.
Then I should begin by telling you that I was once his tutor. This was some years ago, of course, before I joined Cid in his high. At that time, I was count to supervise, all to ensure that the future Alas, I had not expected to meet with him.
Have you spoken with him?
No, His Highness always seems so preoccupied, not when I know he dwells upon...
The guilt weighs heavily on him, I know. But as you say, that was ultimate.
When I first met him, it was not guilt, and I did nothing to ease that burden. He bore it alone. It is one of my greatest regrets, and what he truly needed, the blame for Dion's transgressions.
I see. I'm ready to help you in any way.
Then I beg that you apothecaries across the ages agree. Fabulists and fraudsters, all of course.
Well, it can't hurt to try. Where can I find this flower?
You have seen cultivated wyvern. Well, those which grow in the wild differ. There is a waterfall in Rickmal's root. Whether they still survive there, I know not.
It's all right. I'll find you.
Thank you, Clive. And...
Here's the scraps you're after.
Have you noticed the elder?
Not a scratch on.
These hides will fetch a good price.
Your Grace?
Cyril.
You... Yes. If you would do us...
An inheritance.
It would seem the late Archduke...
The day before we left for Phoenix.
What are these plans? His plans for the duchy, Your Grace. The complete emancipation. But your father's dream did not end there, with the blight spreading ever more widely across... He wished to see men and bearers. Small wonder he did not think it achievable. But he thought it achievable, nor would he have entrusted his vision. Those who would have stood with you.
It's a pity only they are stood.
Tis but one at least remain.
What do you mean?
Mayhap it is better that she explain. After all, the duties entrusted to me. And where is this woman? She awaits you in the ark. Thank you, Cyril. Shall we then?
Everything's back the way it was. I don't.
Come on.
There's ne'er-do-wells one.
must be the camp Victor mentioned.
We make this quick.
That's him! The one who killed Locke and Fingers! Take his head off!
It's over. I'd better let Victor know.
Sid. I see the banners didn't...
No, but...
No. Something's happened. We need...
What is it?
The whole town's in uproar. They're saying that Lubor is...
What?
Seems that one of our parties wasn't as thorough as some of the children spotted him, and when Lubor felled him, and without a crystal.
But that's not possible.
It is, if he's a bearer and has been hiding it all these years. Which is what? If he has, well, I wouldn't blame him. Still, all those people...
Fuck.
I don't know where we go from here.
You're right.
And now everyone knows. I made it a habit to keep a crystal close. Well, it was bound to come out soon.
We're sorry, Lubor. We just couldn't...
There's nothing to be sorry for. All that matters to me is that you two...
Look at him talking to his... All lies, I'll wager. Just like...
Once people make up their mind, we need to do something. And quickly. Convinced?
You're right.
I'm glad you agree. I'm a Dalmec born and bred. You head to the tavern. Make Conrad and Natalie remember who They know that Lubor and I are friends. Lord Underhill of Randalar's League of Merc...
I'll do what I can. Lubor, stay here. I can't promise anything, but...
And that is all I can ask.
Why are you taking the bearer's side, Victor?
Why do they always have to make such a fuss outside?
You all along,
Forgive me for disturbing you, but...
As have I. Lord Underhill, wasn't...
That's right.
The rumors that he's a bearer...
He'll never be mayor now. Not if I have anything to do with it.
But what of his wares? Bearer or no, his steel is highly valued. In this, at least, he's done the town a service.
Leniency? He pretended to be one of us when he was laughing.
I'm sorry, my lord, but he lied to us. He lied to you. He can't...
So what do you propose? Will you drive him from his home?
Perhaps. That is a... And they will thank you not to get involved.
townsfolk have made their minds up. There was nothing I could do.
All right.
You never know.
All right.
Why the hell would Victor take the bearer's side?
For a share in Lubor's ill-gotten guilt.
I assume the situation is hopeless?
There's still hope.
But perhaps not in this life.
You mustn't think like that, Lubor. We'll talk some sense into them.
No. And your efforts would be...
But Lub...
Rosina would often tell me that steel does not lie. That a blade is a to yourself be true. That rather an ironic one when you consider that her life was... But I do not doubt that she was always true, and so must I be. And now, I must embrace my new role of... For only united can they... I'll need to make a suitably...
Don't go, Lubor. We'll be all alone.
Trust me, little ones. It is for the best that I go.
How could it possibly be for the best? The least you can do is give the townspeople...
I would not take it, Victor.
Overuse. And so just like that, you're going to throw... I thought you were better than this, but it seems you had me.
Victor.
Forget it.
You sure you're making the right choice, Lubor?
Of those available to me, but where are my manners? Here. Right then.
If there's anything I can do...
There... Here to help me? Thanks, but I'll be traveling light.
You're really going to go through with this, then?
I am. But before I...
If it's within my power to help you,
It's the children. And if I leave them here, they surely... I can think of only one place where they are...
Of course.
Thank you, Clive.
Lubor!
What is it, Ferda?
There's been a flood in the Velcroy. The League of Outlaws encampment was
What?
Every last one of the
Bandits are one thing. We need to evacuate. Ferda, gather the men. The Akashic may strike at any moment. You must make... Well? What are you waiting?
Yes, my lord.
Clive, check the children stay with me for now. Tell them to prepare for a full and...
Understood.
I'll do what I can to convince them.
What's an...
You have to listen to me. They're coming.
What do you want?
To pass on an important message. There's been an ether flood. Out in the camp where the so-called League of Outlaws were gathered, they're no longer just bandits. You need to begin preparing for a full-scale...
Oh, do we?
Lubor, perhaps? You may believe his lies, my lord.
But why would he lie about something like this?
Some twisted attempt at If he had not been unmasked, he may... A great honor for one of his kind. One he might well feel...
Lord Underhill, forgive me, but it has become all too evident where Lubor cannot be trusted.
You may not trust me. But for the sake of your... If there is any chance that this...
There isn't. You can be certain of. Now be off with you.
You're making a mistake.
Come, Clive. If our words will not move them, then we must find another way to help save the town.
You're right. Let's speak to Lord Ferda.
And you're lying now.
I think we'd better shut up.
What's Lubor raving about now?
Lord Ferda.
Sid.
I went to warn Conrad and Natalie about it. They've convinced themselves that nothing Lubor said. The bloody fools. Which means the town guard can't be counted on, but I can. You only have to ask.
I appreciate it.
Sid! Ferda!
Victor? I thought you'd left.
I couldn't, and Lubor is in need at this very moment. Come.
You have to believe me. The Akashic are coming. They don't eat, they don't sleep, they don't tire, and they don't care who they kill. They're unlike anything that's come before. There will be no parley, no mercy granted. We may have saved the town once, but this is different. I do not ask that you forgive me, but please believe me. If you do not run, you will die. You will all fucking die!
You'd like that, wouldn't you, bearer?
Yeah, with us out of the way, your kind will be free to claim Dalamil for yourselves.
You should run!
Run, bearer!
Yeah, run!
Run!
Far away!
Run!
Just go on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes!
Go. Come on, then.
Go on!
Just go.
Lubor, wait. Someone's coming.
Go. Come on!
Stop! You're hurting him! Ah! Ah! Oh. Oh. What did Lubor ever do to you? He solves all your stupid problems, and he keeps all of you safe. You know there's nothing he wouldn't do for this town. Who was it who made that cleaver you use every day, Conrad?
And what about your counting table, Natalie? Who fixed that?
Whose men make sure the streets are clean so all your boots don't get dirty?
Who spends all day, every day making sure things run smoothly round here? And none of you ever say thank you. Ever.
But did Lubor ever complain? Well, does he ever stop smiling?
He keeps this whole place going. And you act like it doesn't even exist.
Lubor, we've heard enough.
Wait!
We will not run. The town guard will not abandon the very place it is sworn to protect.
And I will not give up for lost the stores that we labored so hard to fill.
So tell us, how do you propose we deal with these Akashic of yours?
We won't run, but we will fight.
All right, then. Fine. Gather round if you don't want to die.
Allow me to explain the situation. The ether flood occurred near the village of Cheratina, deep in the Velcroy. The place had been abandoned for years, until the League of Outlaws decided to make it their base of operations. Now they're all turned, and if the scouts' reports are correct, heading in this direction.
They are mindless monsters, driven only by hate and rage. And they are utterly unpredictable. With the bandits, we at least knew how and where they were likely to attack. When these creatures come, Dalamil, the town guard will muster at the north. Both forces will provide men to serve. And as soon as it has been, Conrad. Can I count on this?
Always.
I leave the selection and coordination of and the command of our men in.
Consider it as you...
Natalie, I would ask that and tell the merchant, as long as we survive, our riches can be regained. And if...
Very well.
Where do I fit into this?
Where else but the most perilous place? I would like you to travel to the home of our erstwhile League. Main host is most likely still there.
A little gardening?
I doubt it.
Luckily, so...
So you... All right then. Now it's simple.
Looks like everyone's ready. I'd better not keep them waiting.
Everyone, to the bathhouse.
Lubor was telling the truth.
I may not be a soldier, but I can fight.
Will we be safe in the bathhouse? Should we not run while we have the
Everyone
chance?
inside! Quickly!
Good day, my lord. My thanks. An excellent choice.
Everything here is for the use of the Town Watch. Take anything you need.
Someone's got himself in trouble.
I don't see your master here, so you can start by giving us all the coppers in your purse.
I already told you, I have nothing. Please.
I'll deal with it.
You that one's master. If you...
Or you can go back to your garrison.
Oh, you're more than welcome. He hasn't had many visitors since...
I'd expect as much from Hugo's faithful, but these were men of the fist.
Much has changed in the Republican army since they lost their rock.
You've seen this kind of thing before, then?
Many
You're one of Rutherford. You sent me to look...
Well, then you have my thanks. I arrived in Dalamil several days ago. His men confiscated my...
The captain is no more.
Fortunately, I was able to...
What of the Fist Central Command? Surely they wouldn't...
I would imagine they are... I know those who weren't recalled now...
Then it's worse than we imagined. You should return... Not at all. Now, if he was bound for Oriflamme...
There it is. The flood.
But what's waiting for us inside? Can't leave a single one alive. The League is I should get back to Dalimil and see how the others...
All the Akashic? Seems that might be the last of them.
The last of them here, perhaps.
Lubo, Sir Clive has returned.
Clive!
It's done.
I knew you...
Thank you, my...
Friends, the Horde, and we need not fear the victory.
We bloody... Lubo, after all you have done...
But we did. We only hope that you can...
We need you, Lubo. So, if you would...
You do remember that...
We do. But it is a stain on ours.
I see. But I will only...
Name them.
Firstly, that you will both do everything in your power. If the Town Guard and the Merchants League do not accept my leadership, it will be doomed from the start. Unity is the key to defending Dalimil. And when that time comes, I will expect...
Of course.
And you will accept that the mistreatment of bearers must end here. Any bearer within our walls shall be afforded the same rights as any... They will not be judged by what they are.
As we failed to do, and came so...
We agree to your conditions.
Condition accept. Well then, it seems my mayorship is all but confirmed. Do I get some sort of... How fickle. Not so long ago I had resigned, and now I've here.
Lubo.
Fear not. You are, of course, relieved. I would sooner face another horde of Akash. I'll make sure they're safe here.
I don't doubt that you will. And not just the children.
Can't have all your hard work going to waste.
Good girl.
Yeah! Bandit problem may be done and dusted, but I'll watch.
This must have been a nice place once. And it will be again. Over. That's all of them. Come on, Toggle. Let's head back to Boklad. Come on. Something the matter, thing?
Quiet. Those are our terms. I trust that...
I shall.
Him again.
Someone you know?
Yes. And, no. But enough about him.
It's done.
You made quick work?
I should go and let Ella...
Don't let me... but Clive. Don't tell her. She'll only get upset. I'll explain everything once you've...
Right. to...
Thank you, Clark. Here. Well then, I suppose we'd better finish. The first thing we'll need to do is...
You're still in negotiation?
We are. A trusted colleague has been... I suppose it's to be expected, but we shall emerge victorious.
Well...
I'm not sure I do.
Ah, Clive.
You wanted to talk?
The man I was watching earlier. He represents the Silver Peak
I don't think I've heard of them.
Well, every trader in Dharmekia, and they're still expanding. And judging by her...
And you'd rather she did?
I would rather she... And I would never deny her... Eloise saved me from slavery, but this was not the life. I won't let her give up on her dream. She freed me from my bonds. And she must be...
You're a good man.
I have always been. And I want to repay the favor. But each time an opportunity to...
She loves you.
And I love her. Though I'm sure I'll still...
Always.
Thank you, Clive. Well then, these bearers aren't going to move them. That's a job for... Ah, Clive. You'll be pleased to know that the negotiations are progressing.
That is good news.
Yes. But I still have much and more. You couldn't do me a quick...
What is it this time?
Nothing like that. I just need you to go over to the caravan, find out exactly how much fun...
All right.
Thanks, Clive.
Who needs a porter when there's no rent?
Don't blame yourself, Elle. This is their... I know, but no buts about it, all right?
Is something wrong?
Vonnie, the talks with the... They've reached an agreement, though prices have fallen of late. But the consortium offered double.
And you had no opportunity to make a...
None at all. And we were so...
Elle? I saw Vonnie leaving.
And with good reason.
But I thought we were the only ones the Fist was speaking to about the bearers. How did the consortium even find out about this?
It's not so. This isn't over. I'm going to Randalar myself.
Alone?
Are you offering to be my bodyguard? How kind. You go to Cashlock, Theo, and get everything. Even if I fail to free these bearers, someone needs to prepare the place.
Oh, and that's me, is it? Well, look... From meeting the Silver Peak Consortium. She'll never join them after this, surely. No, she said it herself. She means to stay with us, then.
You have to trust...
You're right. And if Elle's off fighting for the cause, so I bid you farewell and safe travel. I'll gather my men and leave for Cashlock. You go to Randalar and see if you can stop my sister biting the cons...
I'll do my best. All right. To Randalar, then. And better not keep Eloise waiting.
Do you see that too?
Papa? What is it? Please, scared.
It's all right.
Ready, go? Fly, Ambrosia. No mistakes. No need to ride from here. Faster! Be safe.
Caution, brother.
I hope I didn't keep you waiting. Did you arrange to speak with the consortium?
Here they are.
You wish to consult with me?
I did. We had all but...
You misunderstand. It was only our regard for you, and so we resumed.
I did not hesitate, but what is done is done. Come then.
Alas, you are too late yet again. We rarely take on such unconventional merchant. The bearers belong to him.
Who is your buyer?
A trader from across the... A most demanding fellow, if it's any consolation. He insisted the bearers be fed, dressed, even given their own bunks for the voyage over. That's what you get when you deal with...
I wouldn't know.
Oh yes, the culture on the continent is... They pay good money for bearers, not fit for the knackers, yeah.
That does sound... No matter then. If they've already left our shores, there's... And with it, my interest in...
My associates will be sorry to...
I'm sorry you weren't able to save them.
As am I. But I only have myself to blame. He was right. The Silver Peak Consortium did intend to buy... Their representative hinted at a possible purchase when he came to recruit... I feigned interest in joining them in the hope... As soon as he left, I sent my own...
So you...
No. I entertained the Consortium's proposal solely... But I was a fool to think they wouldn't find out. I knew exactly who I...
You tried.
I did. But they deserved... I wanted so bad.
Eloise! Word from Cashlock. The village is under attack. A pack of beasts have come down from the mount. Theo and the others are trying to hold them off as best they can, but the odds are they need help, and fast.
Theo!
I'll go on ahead.
Thank you. I'll gather some men and join you there.
Hold on, Theo. I'm coming. Ready, go? Faster! only to ride from here.
What's the situation?
Where's Theodore?
Upriver!
He led the dragon that way.
We just have to pray he makes it.
I can do better than that. Come on. Run like the wind. All right. Where are you, Theo?
Caution, brother.
Damn it. The ether's too thick. These creatures have already turned. I can't waste any more time. I need to find Theodore before that dragon does. Looks like it's found me. This thing's turned as well. This isn't going to be easy.
Clive?
Theodore, you had me worried for... We have to get you out of here.
I think it might be a little too late for that. Bearer or no, there's only so much ether a man can take, and that Drake just wouldn't let me leave. You have my thanks, Sid, for finishing what I could not. For keeping Elle's dream.
Theodore! Don't make me do this.
Stop it, Theo! Stop!
Stay back, Eloise! He's turned. And so will you! Theodore.
Take care of my sister.
Theodore, wait.
Goodbye, Elle.
Thank you, Clive. I think I'll be all right now.
That was true bravery he showed. His first instinct was always to protect people.
And now he's because I sent him
It wasn't against... He was ready
to live my...
What exactly happened? You once told me Theo was the first bearer you ever helped.
We grew up in Canva, and I was chosen to inherit the family business. I had my father's head for figures, you see. Theo did not. A late bloomer, for unlike most bearers, it wasn't until his 50s. My parents tried to drive him out before they could.
Theo told me something. He clearly admired your devotion, but he said you deserved a better life than just as you freed him from him.
I would be lying if I... How much easier my life and devoted myself to... But being with my brother, I only had to look at him to remind... He was never a bird. If anything...
You weren't, Eloise. That he had always been grateful, and that he wanted to repay. Neither you nor Theo, Wade. You did whatever, and you always would have.
You're right. It was so we could be together. Oh, Theo. I know Theo wanted. We can make a difference here. I need nothing more from... So I'll carry on, bringing smiles to Theo's. This is the life I have chosen.
I've made a choice of my own to continue helping you, however.
Thank you, Clive. Let's go on together.
Ready, girl? Run like the wind. No holding back. Good girl. Fly, Ambrosia. Friends, Ultima. If it's me you want, I'm right here. Nice try. Nice try. Oh no.
You'll pay for this. There may still be survivors.
All the more reason to rid this place of echoes.
Whatever that thing is, I'd say it's their leader. Nice try. Should have stayed in the...
These must be Cyril's colleagues.
You have a...
Who are you?
Ah, I did not recognize you. We are archaeologians, tasked with thanks to them, and to you.
You call that your brothers might still be alive if you put their sake. Surely this survey wasn't worth dying.
We are charged with uncover a duty of the highest import.
And you think your dead brothers would agree?
I know they would. They gave their lives now. To what do we owe the honor?
Cyril told me of your work here.
I see. That is most kind. May the Firebird's flame burn...
It's one thing to lay down your life for another. But for a survey...
Ah, you are
Aye. Here.
My thanks. I shall study them, and in...
Cyril, losses which could have been avoided. Were these your orders?
No. Every Undying devotes his life to the
Even when death is avoided.
My lord, I fear the Undying have served the Phoenix for We live to serve the Phoenix.
Cyril, but allow me to offer you a word of advice. It does not further the cause of the Phoenix to provide your survey parties with an escort. Think not only of how you can serve the Phoenix. Please.
I thank you for your... If you will permit me to respond, and we of the Undying will do what we believe as first shield to the Phoenix.
I do.
Then we are of the same mind. Lord Marquis?
What is it, Cyril?
One of our brethren lately journeyed. He sent an owl somewhat.
Was he surveying another?
No. An ancient religion that worshipped Ultima, as by gaining an understanding of this.
And so you sent one of your brothers to Ash?
Fully cognizant of the risk. I entrusted the mission to one of... Though he has been silent for some days now. Yet, it seemed only for, as you so earnestly advised...
But Ash is a big place.
Perhaps. The Mickelberg was its name. It lies in the if aught ill, but...
Right.
You are much to go then, with my hopes.
There's a lot of road between here and the capital. Rutherford's man could be anywhere. What happened here?
If you're with... They've already...
I'm not.
But then you found... I'm Alistair Rockford.
Of the 7 high houses of... It's been... a long time. Is she well?
My Lord Marquis? I was on my way back from the old capital.
Bandits?
They looked more like field hands. It didn't matter in the end.
Which way did they go?
South.
All right. Founder knows I've met enough. You head back to Northreach. Visit the Vale.
Thank you.
Let's go.
Fly, Ambrosia.
They just couldn't resist, could they?
This one's ours, pretty boy.
Make for the town while you can.
You don't need to tell me twice.
This looks to be...
I thought I told...
And stand by as ill.
It's just Clive, which is more than can be said for you.
I will survive.
Strange that the garrison wouldn't.
The garrison have their hands full in... There are few hands left. The market stalls are nearly bare. When I said the ones who attacked me didn't...
Rockford, if you are to continue your investment, you first need to seek the...
I shall return to Northreach, but allow me to thank you.
Don't thank me.
I suppose he'll be wondering. I shall send a Bistolus.
My uncle certainly has his work cut. I should go into... Rutherford that his colleagues are still in one piece. I see you're still...
The rest's location of... Speaking of which,
I only happen to be in the right... They both seem to think the realm...
I am afraid that Storm is in Christ, and we must...
As it is mine.
Is there no peace?
What happened here?
And us faithless, or we were told something.
It's a wonder they stayed fit.
What becomes of us, Fuckwalud? The floods do not affect you. You are... Will you grant this pawn? Will you lay?
Of course.
Beyond the castle walls, towards my parents are buried upon the bluff. I was torn from them and take my ring.
May you find peace, Allah.
be Nickelberg.
These people aren't turned. And the village seems safe enough at least. What is going on here?
Ah. Did you too heed the call?
Heed the call? No, to be honest,
Is that...
What are you doing here?
It is my home.
You keep saying that.
They came to perform the rite. This village, where they shall cast their...
Give them...
Oh, Lord, let free us from it.
They want to be saved. Forgive me. But did another foreigner, like me...
You mean the traveler from Stone?
Thank you.
They seek the same salvation Barnabas did. At least the third chair still lives. Let's go and find him.
Excuse me.
I am. Lord Rosfield.
That's right. And you must be the third chair.
I am.
Cyril was worried for your sake.
Then I must apologize. I did not mean to trouble the bearer of the burning quill.
He said that you had failed to report.
I came here to study the followers of this. You have seen them at their... They devote themselves to the veneration of their lord with a fervor I have never seen before. Praying night and day, not that they might be granted respite, serve him with all I too swore to. And so I see these people that they might do their duty.
You do understand?
I do, my lord. They would cast aside their... I know that it may be hard to believe. Forgive me, my lord. Did you hear that, my lord?
I'll go and find out what. Beneath the flood. There must be... Echoes as well. Found her.
Ready, brother?
Ready. What now? We meet again. I've killed your kind before.
slow. Let's try. Finished. Damn it. Don't you die. Come on, speak to me. I had to save them, that they might have a chance to find true salvation by devoting themselves to the service of their Lord, just as I did when the Undying plucked me from the gutter and gave me a cause to believe in. A duty to serve was everything to me, and I would not deny them that fulfillment, even if they must become Akashic in order to achieve it. Forgive me, my Lord Marquis. I did not mean to trouble you with this. My findings. Could you deliver them to Master Cyril for me?
Of course. Your duty will be done.
Look, my lord. They are saved.
They are saved. Found her. I should get this report to Cyril.
My Lord I'm glad to see...
I met with your third chair, Cyril.
Thank you. He
died protecting the villagers. I buried him in Mickelberg.
If you could not save him...
The villagers, they prayed to their god that they might be... Then an ether flood came. Your brother sacrificed himself, even knowing that life...
Then he perished defending... For the right to choose how one... A noble ambition. It matters not how misguided, only that the decision we live according to the teachings of for better or worse.
But he didn't die for and you still believe that what he did was
I believe we of the Undying are not slaves, and this was his will.
I'd like to know this man's, to know the names of all the Undying who've fallen in the... They died serving my house. That is my...
Of course, I shall fetch the Book of my Lord. The greatest honor of my life, though our duties may differ. And were they here...
Clive! Rutherford informs me that we...
I would have done the same for...
You're far too modest, Clive.
From what little I saw.
But I was rather hoping... Alas, it seems that we must move.
But where do we start?
True. The challenges that face us, the realm's armies, as you've seen first, certain cities have banded together, and yet, the only remedy for the chaos... In short, if...
But how would one even begin?
The armies, my boy. Sadly, I doubt... But I do know someone the high...
I thought he was retired.
He was. Until and as luck would have it.
Of course you have.
And he's agreed to... Havel has always been a... I extolled your many virtues as you don't mind.
Of course not. As long as chaos reigns, we will never build a better world. And if the Field Marshal wishes to... I'll leave for Randalara. Would you send a stone?
Of course. Rutherford is already in...
Excellent.
No.
So what do I owe the honor? So, will it be? And?
help you today, Clive? Your benefactors are a generous lot. All yours. Come again. I may have more for you.
Do you see that too?
What is it? Oh, please. I'm scared.
It's all right.
Can't be Rutherford, can it?
Turncoats and cowards, the lot of you!
Allow me.
I don't...
Please, feel this won't take long.
You're right, man.
A little longer than I'd have liked. Field Marshal Havel, are either of you injured?
No, my lord. Fucking traitor. But I hadn't thought the corruption had reached... It's a fucking you're interfering, old my lord. Or is Sid the outlaw?
Call me what you want. It doesn't change who I am, or the urgency of the message I bring.
Before I agree to any... I'd have you... What do you stand to...
I won't deny that I might bet I seek a new beginning for all, and while the choices I've made, I know for so long, when it should have been our decision, but in order to take it, we must...
Certainly not the words I... You are, no. I'll never hear the end of this. All right. I'll start. Next, I'll make contact with my
Thank you, Field.
But they are not the...
What do you mean?
I don't doubt that I can bully some sense into a few We will need an envoy. One who...
I'm flattered. And I have other problems to attend to. What we need is a skilled arbiter.
Is that, sir? And would he happen to...
Of a different kind, perhaps.
Beggars can't. I suppose we'll all have to find a little of the outlaw.
I shall.
My lord, your lord uncle...
And I will see that my associate joins you. Very good. An envoy. I can barely convince my brother to take... someone like Quentin. I hope I can convince him. Back to the stables, girl. Quentin.
Do you now? Something tells me you'll be asking... Go on, then. You'd have me convinced that... and do the one thing that has proved...
I know it's a lot to ask.
And you'd have me give up what the people of Lostwing are my family. You'll have to find someone else.
I'm sorry to hear.
And why might that be?
What he's asking. How's it any different? They want you to speak for those who can't speak. If it's we'll see that the grapes are picked.
It's not.
Then what is it?
You know that's not what...
Then what are you saying? That only we are worth saving? Why turn your back on everyone else? You convinced us we could build new lives for ourselves, and if you can do that, who's to say...
A stirring argument. I fear that any rejoinder I make might fall somewhat flat by comparison.
So you'll join us? Field Marshal Havel will want to speak. I can arrange for a party of cursebreakers to come.
That would be very much appreciated. I hear the roads are far from...
Hopefully not. My uncle will want to know.
Brother. Quiet.
You deserve a rest. He'll be able to see all the way to... Let's find a resting place. Reunited with those he loves.
Master.
This won't be easy. Seems this place has been flooded twice over. Purple flowers blooming next to a waterfall. Shouldn't be too hard to find. Here they are. Might as well pick enough for a bunch, I suppose. Oarsman. You did? I think...
You did indeed. My dear boy, thank you.
You wanted to make Dion a gift of one, did you not?
Oh.
It's no trouble. Uncle, the Field Marshal has... Of course. Rutherford is accompanying him back. They will await your return there.
One other?
Lord Havel was concerned that even if he asked if I might have a solution.
One of your co-conspirators?
Master Quinton would probably...
Another outlaw? Just the thing we need to put these rot... Good thinking, Clive.
I'm glad you...
The more the merrier.
Uncle, assuming Havel and Quinton, you still haven't mentioned how we might...
Oh, don't you? The 7 high houses. They have all agreed to make the most... Oh, of course, it did take a little. But luckily I had some...
From who?
Why, you, my boy.
It was more of a...
Well, the old... She had a shipload of talents and when the other houses saw them... Now, join us there at your early...
Of course.
And how, pray tell?
You find another bloody road. That is, unless you'd have them...
Well, I'd certainly eat less.
Says the man with a belly bigger than a bat. My soldiers actually need their rat. They'll be dead even before...
Perhaps I might suggest, though supply routes are indeed disrupted, allow them to make port and fill... but I'm sure the two such firm friends as Rutherford spoke fondly of the...
Us?
I can't stand...
Clive, I'm beginning to question the quality...
And what kind of company you expect?
Criminal? How? You are not fit to breathe the same air as this...
Upstanding. He calls himself...
Once more unto the breach.
Shall we begin? What we seek here is not to create. We wish simply to bring stability. And to do that, we must convince those... There will be disagreements, yes. If we show them the path, the fate of the world lies in but the well-being of her people.
Uncle Byron.
Now, 'Now, with that settled, for what great moment in history...
What?
What kind of company we expect? Criminal? How? You are not fit to breathe the same air as this...
Uncle Byron.
Now, with that settled, for what great moment in history... Citizens of Valisthea! Well,
that it is.
This is the role we shall play up. The realm needs it. I will.
What do you think that thing is? And how the hell is Sid gonna deal with that?
Your Highness.
No.
No. Our lawsman has something he'd like to give you.
Master Harpock, no. I dare not after everything I have done. I have taken count all because I was weak. I have sworn to atone for my crime. Were I to meet with him again,
Then that is all the more test your resolve.
I must. Very, very well then.
Follow me.
Even now, I hesitate to approach him. What must he think of me?
You'd be surprised.
Master Harpocrates, pray, accept my apologies for leaving your tutelage before my studies were complete. Your lessons opened my mind to a world quite unlike the one I had imagined from within the gilded confines of the palace. And I shall be forever grateful for the efforts you made to enlighten me.
Lift up your head, Your Highness. The deeds of youth require no apology. That you took the time to visit me says much about the man you have become. Now, there is something I would like to show you.
Is that a wyvern tail? The color is unfamiliar to me.
Because it is unique to those found in the wild. Something in the harsh environments in which they grow lends them this striking hue. Their roots are indistinguishable from those of their hothouse cousins, but once they bloom, the difference is immediately apparent. In this flower, I see you, Your Highness. Its roots were the roots of a wyvern tail, with all that implies. But they do not define it, just as yours do not define you. I want you to have it, that it might remind you of this truth.
Master Harpocrates, I would ask of you a service. Keep your gift until I have fulfilled my duty to the realm, for only then shall I be deserving of it.
As you wish, Your Highness. I shall await your return.
Our roots do not define us. No wonder my stepmother didn't like him. For reuniting me with memories I had thought long lost. I shall not forget this.
Thank you, Clive. Were it not for you, I fear I might never have found the right moment to speak with him. Not to mention the wyvern tales. I shall plant their seeds, that I might not disappoint His Highness upon his return.
I hope the soil in the hideaway is to their liking.
Why, these flowers bloomed in the bleak, black wastes of Waloed. I'm sure Nigel's yard will suit them to a T. When it comes to expressing one's gratitude, I find that words are seldom sufficient. Here.
What's this?
A stolas quill. Or more precisely, my stolas quill. 'Tis said that an owl's feathers are steeped in the wishes it hears over its long life. So consider this, that one day you may put down your sword.
Well, thank you, Harpocrates.
My lord. I am God. Your father, the Archduke Elwyn, and...
Lift up your head, Lady Goddard. You have our gratitude.
I merely did my duty.
My lady. Perhaps you could explain what exactly is the...
As I'm sure you know, it has long been the...
Indeed it has.
And had he lived to see it, he would have presented... Alas. He had intended to claim the Heartstone, but it was not to be.
I see.
It saddens me to bring... It was your father's wish that you be... But with his grace long since gone, you are grown men now. And while I would not presume to... I know that nothing...
Thank you. What say you? What else? Of course, my lady.
Oh, I am much...
Do you know where we might find it?
I do. It is found in the bellies of... We do at least know where to find one.
A certain specimen.
You are most perceptive. In fact, this is the... Were you to slay it...
What say you, Joe? What else? Eyes peeled, Joshua. Straight home now.
There it is.
The House Rossfield. Is this the Heartstone?
I expect Lady Goditha will know.
Oh, thank the Griffin is slain.
And the Heartstone?
Yes. This radiant luster like frozen flame. Thank you, your father would...
Lady Goditha.
Thank you, Cyril. If you would excuse me. The armband, pray, take them. Heartstone is harder. And the graven vines encircling this...
It's a message. Enemies who would thwart his vision.
And only if we stood together.
Indeed. But this was more. It was a promise.
Thank you for remaining the stead.
Forgive me, but there is something I don't quite understand. The Undying told me that after Father died, Mother claimed even if the armbands were incomplete. So, how are you?
Because I was the keeper of the vault. Though I was but of the deep love he had for both of you. In the days before the disaster at Phoenix Gate, I discovered that the Duchess had ordered her. I tried to warn your father, but it was too... When word of the fire reached Rosalith, I knew...
And thank the Founder you...
Yet my duty to your father was incomplete, and so my pursuit continued. He informed me that His Grace's will...
Lady Goditha, on behalf of my
As do I.
Thank you, my... for coming back to us.
The bands suit you well. It must be gratifying to finally
It is. And we thank you for the part.
If you would permit me to play my part a little longer, let him see that you have received his...
I suppose it would be churlish. What do you say, Clive?
I think we should. I was hoping to be able to offer him...
Your father's helm is enshrined there since the day we recovered it. I prithee claim it, and I do not doubt that your father...
Thank you. Come on, Clive.
Run like the wind.
Unwavering will and an unbreakable bond. Do you really think we're strong enough?
To save the world? Of course. To overcome Father's political enemies? Of that I'm less certain. Especially knowing what we know now. What Mother was truly capable of. But perhaps these bands would have helped. Knowing he was with us would have made all the difference.
It's just back there. Father always fought for what he believed was right. It wasn't until that night at Phoenix Gate that I realized I had never fought for anything. I always had someone else to do the fighting for me.
No matter how fate conspired against him, he never lost heart, never looked back, never stopped fighting. To me, he was the greatest of men. And I've been trying to live up to his ideals ever since.
We all have, Clive. We all have. And we'll keep trying. Because that's what he would have wanted.
What he would have done himself. Even if it meant standing against the very gods in the heavens.
I shall be borrowing this, Father, if I may. That you might watch over us as we follow in your footsteps.
We won't lay you down. Onward, then. Onward. To the end.
And to a new beginning.
If Joshua's worried about Jill, I should go and speak with him.
First the skies, then the crystal.
Trouble with your gear, or Sancthornian, do you? It'd last you a good while. Yeah, that should do you. That it? Fine.
Joshua. I don't think I'd realized how different, but since we returned,
I suppose it's not hard.
She doesn't think she belongs anymore.
And that's why we need to remind her, to let her know that we still need her. Now, but how to do that? When last we were truly...
Of course. Do you remember the time we accompanied Father on his annual... and Jill and I broke from the procession to ride up Man's Hill?
To see the snow daisies. It was the first time Father had allowed us to join. And when he realized you were missing, he had the entire retinue down to the pot boys.
In the rain. It was the Lord Commander who finally found us, and needless to say...
Then it seems you and Jill have unfinished business.
Man's Hill.
Oh, true. Though I suspect it is also much changed.
You're saying I should go and scout the area for...
I'm saying we should first go and see if they're at... What would you do without me, Clark?
This is the place, but...
I'm sorry.
There's nowhere been spared.
We keep looking. Man's Hill cannot be the only place where...
Perhaps, but it's the only place I know.
Then why not ask someone who might know?
Someone in the backyard. Let's hope one of the gardeners knows where to find snow daisies.
There's something about it. I feel like it's
calling to me.
Say what you will, Lady Karen has seen our...
This should tide us over until the new moon.
Oh,
I need your advice. Joshua and I are looking for a place where...
snow daisies. Then you'll want somewhere not too hot and not too cold. I reckon Man's Hill would be a good place. Both have similar climbs and the right elevation.
Right.
Did you learn where we might...
The gardener here mentioned the Royal Met.
The fields beyond Northreach. Well, if that's the case, I recalled that she kept a record of our... So I asked her if she'd perhaps noted anywhere that snow daisies grew.
Whose shores border the meadows.
And how might I help the garrison today?
The Duke has pledged to work with the people of Northreach to rebuild.
Let's go.
Fly, Ambrosia.
The meadows are vast. Where do we even start?
Yote mentioned the coastline. We can start there.
See, boy. Let's hope this is the last one.
Only one way to find out.
That was harder than I expected. But found her. It was worth it. Do you think she'll love them?
It appears my work is done. The rest, as well. You and the sky. We wouldn't want another thunderstorm now.
Jill.
There is?
It's, not here. How would you fancy a trip to Oriflamme?
There are so many. This is what you wanted. Yeah,
You don't need to say anything. We've been worried about you. Do you remember when I took you to Man's Hill?
How could I? You saw me crying and thought a change of scenery might lift. In the end, it earned me a nasty cough and a stern scolding from your mother.
I'm sorry. I had no idea what I was getting us both into.
Before we left, my chambermaid told me she'd overheard your mother talking about my marriage prospects. They were debating whether it would be more profitable to marry me off to one of the high houses instead of saving me for... No one thought to ask me what I want. I was nothing to them.
I didn't know.
But I wasn't alone. You were there, and I knew then. I'll never forget that. Before we broke camp, the morning after the storm, do you know what I did?
No? What?
I slipped away from my governess to climb the tor. And from there I saw a sea of petals, all reaching for the sun. And I realized that no matter how terrible the night, dawn would always come. That you would always come for me. And you have. Again and again.
Where do you see us? When all this is over?
I don't know. Not here, though. I think I've outgrown the twins. After everything we've been through, the realm just seems so small. I'll need some space to spread my wings.
Then that's what you'll have. And I'll stop at nothing to see that you do.
was much good at garlands. But it'll have to do.
I'll treasure it forever.
Thank you, Clive. For this, the flowers, for everything. It's exactly what I needed. You are my treasure. We should probably be getting back. I expect the others are wondering.
You're right.
And we'll do it together.